I might as well just talk instead of type. Yeah, I spend some time in the mountains. I usually meet my family there and spend time with them up in the mountains. Um, but I prefer to spend my time on the boat. I think I'm going to head even further south. Um, and because right now I have the boat tucked um, up in a creek, just waiting out the hurricane season. And I think in September I'm going to head further south, maybe down to South America or something. It just depends on how well I could maintain access and stream and trade. Yeah, that's the connection issues, man. Um, Yeah, I love Maine. I used to be big into aviation, and Mount Desert was a destination that I used to like to go to weekend, and we would shoot out from Long Island or sometimes Jersey, depending on where I had the plane at the time, and we would shoot over to Mount Desert Island. Um, a really great place, and obviously, I mean, lobster everywhere. But yeah, whales and yeah, lots of blueberry, and right by that national park, which we had discussed once before on this channel. I always forget the name. And the people are just great up there, just absolutely great. What did I do for work? Oh, you didn't. I've been. I owned various financial companies. I was the CEO and founder of three financial companies. I mean, I've owned agriculture companies. I've owned aviation companies. Mainly because of the financial companies, I would get involved with those different companies. But um, I came into the financial industry in, I think it was 1993. I really have to look back, but I did that in until 2011. I retired in 2011, and yeah, Acadia Park. Yeah, yeah, that's the place. So that's it. Yeah, I'm the real deal, man. I was in the industry, yeah, um, from '93 to 2011. So I mean, do the math. And I mean formally, like owning an investment bank and um, private equity firm and a trading firm, all at the same time. I started with the investment bank and then spun it off into different avenues. Um, I came in from the construction industry. We hit a recession, and I saw an ad that said "Earn while you learn." And I hooked up with a lot of very famous bankers and traders, and they taught me the trade. They taught me the industry, and it clicked for me. It happened very quickly. Within like less than a year, I was managing a firm and running trading desks, and then within 3 years, I already had my own firm established, and then it took off shortly after that. That, um, yeah, I guess. I mean, there are a lot more impressive people out there, but I mean, yeah, this is what I do. This is I've been in this industry for years, and I mean, I'm not a 23-year-old kid who's just coming up with one good stock, you know. Um, and I just got tired, really, of the whole thing. I transferred most of my wealth to my wife and kids, and became a hippie again, because I was pretty hippie-like prior to becoming a master of the universe. and it's cool. You know, I like it. I mean, it's easy, um, given my ability to make money. I guess I was 44 when I retired, and I mean, I got everything done. You know, everything you need to do as a man. You know, my family's taken care of, and everything's paid for. So I get to be flaky. They didn't really want a lifestyle change, and I can understand that. They wanted to continue living in a manner to which I made them accustomed. So, yeah, I made that possible for them, and I was able to do this. And it wasn't a big transition because, I mean, basically to do what I did, you have to be a workaholic. So nobody ever saw me. I always worked. They saw me on weekends. And basically, on the weekends, I was kind of decompressing, so it wasn't that much fun anyway. Although I have a great relationship with everybody in my family. But, I was very about me. Um, so when I retired, I actually retired and then went into other industries. I just retired from the financial industry. I didn't like the direction it was going. I mean, it got very corrupt. New York is a very corrupt place, politically corrupt. I mean, they're abusive in powers. They're tyrannical, and I was very active politically, and helping to manage the industry and things like that. And I just didn't like the direction it was going, so I bailed. And for my retirement, I entered different industries just for kicks, and they took so much attention. And you know what? I mean, it's a very weird way of life, the financial industry. You have to be thick-skinned. You don't have patience for the nonsense. I'm not really the coddling type. And, I was kind of raised, sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never harm me. So I don't have patience for political correctness and all of that bullshit that everybody needs nowadays. So being in other industries didn't really work for me because, if I thought somebody was being a dick, I told them they're a dick. Or if I thought you're a sissy, then you're a sissy. Or I would use the word pussy. And really, if you didn't man up, if you couldn't take a beating, basically, I figured you were a pussy. So apparently you can't be honest with people. You know what they say, honesty is like poetry, and everybody hates poetry. So it didn't work for me. When I was in the financial industry, I had people who did human resource and things like that, and they kind of cushioned me from all of that nonsense. So it was easy. I could do my thing. I could be who I am. The people who were close to me, who worked directly with me, were kind of like-minded. I mean, they were tough. They could take my criticism, and they understood me and knew that it was a critique, but not really a judgment or a casting, a class casting. So it was cool. I could be myself with those people. And then, like I said, I had good people around me who placated to the weak and needy, and that worked. But when I left that industry, went into other industries. I went into agriculture and aquaculture and things like that. The customers, the employees, they all needed coddling. I'm just not that guy. So I decided I liquidated all of that stuff. I have some interest in some companies, but for the most part, my source of revenue is trading, which, or investing, really. Like investing is a large portion of it. So anyway, that's my me. And, I was able to go off grid and live a clean life. I mean, I'm all about it. I mean, right down to what I put into my body. It's very important to me, and basically if nature didn't make it, I don't eat it. It's that simple. If there's chemicals in my products, I'm not eating it. So I don't eat processed foods and things. I eat whole foods, vegetables and meats, and then well-raised animals. Grass-fed, grass-finished meats, which it's interesting, man. If you do the homework on grass-fed, grass-finished, as opposed to the grain-finished and grain-fed meats, it's like two ends of the spectrum. Like grain meats and all of that. That stuff is just cancer-causing, toxic to your body. But a grass-fed, grass-finished animal is a superfood for your body. Very nutritious, high in omega-3s, high in minerals, and entirely different thing. And it's incredible because, you know, a cow's a cow, but based on what you're feeding that cow, the product that comes off that cow has an incredibly different effect on your body, you know. And I'm 55 years old, and I go to the gym regularly, I run, and I could still build muscle. And if you understand the body, at one point, you know, you start breaking down and you can't build muscle. But because of my diet, I could still build muscle. I mean, not like when I was in my early 30s, when, you know, your muscles are peaking. But I certainly don't look like I'm 55. Although my hair is thin, depressing as a motherfucker. So, yeah, anyway, so, you know, I decided to tend to my soul garden instead of that monetary thing, you know, where everybody's wishing and praying for loot. Yeah, that's the truth, man. You quite literally are what you eat. You know, people don't realize that, and we don't promote it here in the States because healthcare is such a big industry that it's actually advantageous to keep everybody unhealthy. And actually, we're the first generation in the history of America to have a shorter lifespan than the generation before us. And our children's lifespan, the expectation is even shorter. You know, so I mean, the medical industry. The medical industry is promoting this idea that they've improved life expectancy, but the reality is that our access to food has improved our infant mortality rate, and that's really what's improved our life expectancy. They haven't taught us to live longer. As a matter of fact, Hippocrates, who was like the first recorded physician, died at 91, and that was like 800 years BC, before common time. And Socrates, who was also a physician, he died at 84, and most of his contemporaries died in their upper 80s. And actually, during Socrates' time, if you lived past 10 years old, you had a very good chance of dying in your 80s. And the number one cause of death prior to 80 years old was blunt trauma. So basically, you died in battle, or some animal got you, or something like that. So what they're pumping is just a crock of shit, you know, with the medical industry. And I just met a dude who's 84 years old, not on any prescription medicine. I met him like 4 days ago in a coffee shop. And he was very happy to tell me about this. He's on absolutely no prescription medicines, and yet, you know, he oh man. He's a farmer, an old farmer, and he eats clean and he stays active. And the guy looked good, man. And he says he eats right, but I mean, I was sitting there watching him eat bacon and eggs, you know, which is not bad, but the bacon's bad. I know the bacon's not good. What do we have? I noticed a lot of IT guys near the end of their career start becoming mountain men and go off grid as well. Well, you know what, man? IT guys. Yeah, I find a lot of IT guys are very spiritual kind of people. You know, I just find that to be the case. I know that they're about numbers and stuff like that, but you know, I don't know. It just seems like the personality kind of attracts this very spiritual kind of guy. I mean, you do get these guys like Bezos and stuff like that who want to be, and the Facebook guy who get caught up in the whole thing and try to be, you know, rule the world. But for the most part, the people working in the industry, I find, want to do what they're doing to better the world. Yeah, I'm finding that there's more of an open consciousness about nature and the reality of things. And you know, to me, you know, nature is like the one true God. I mean, it supplies our food, our shelter, and everything. And basically we're being sacrilegious and poisoning what is our one true God, and we're dying as a people, and that's it. And yeah, I mean, it's just a reality that if we don't respect nature, we don't respect the earth, then as a species we're going to end up dying. That's I mean, the earth isn't going to die. It's going to take a little beating. It's going to shake us off. It's going to be here billions of years after we're long gone. But yeah, I think that people really lost sight of what we actually truly are. And we are animals, and we need to pay homage to that, and respect our body as though we're animals, and respect the earth as though we're animals. And yet, we live off of the earth and we survive on the earth. I mean, this use of chemicals and overproduction, and it's just, you don't agree. Oh, you don't disagree with any of that? Yeah. You know what? There's more and more of an open consciousness, or a collective consciousness that's happening towards the understanding of our place in the world and the universe, and what we truly are. And I think organized religion has absolutely destroyed us. And I know this is not a good topic to speak of when you're in a public forum, but hey, fuck it. I'm a trader. I'm really not a YouTuber. I mean, if you ask me, I mean, I love the story of Adam and Eve, because, I think that the apple is actually organized religion. And once we bit the apple and gained that knowledge of organized religion, we were thrown out of Eden, which is the circle of life in nature that every other living creature on earth is a part of. They have this sense of connection to the earth and things of that nature. And you could look at indigenous people that haven't been corrupted by the broad or dominant organized religions, and they always had a sense of nature and were in touch with nature and lived in harmony with nature. And we've just lost that, because of all the organized religions. I can't point my finger to any single one, although one is more dominant than the other and destructive than the others. But I mean, that's how I feel. And you know what? I believe everybody has a right to live how they do, and I'm a live and let live kind of individual. But I think if everybody rose above the ignorance of organized religion, then I mean, we'd have a lot less war and murder and death in the world. And if you go back through time, most of the major wars are either about currency or religion, and millions of people died over this stuff. And half the religions you read, I mean, now that we're educated and have knowledge, you could look back and see all the nonsense. I mean, it's a pitch. It was another form of government, and they still use it as a form of government. And people are just dying left and right. No, I don't use Instagram. I'm an old dude, man. I don't know if I'm a boomer. But I mean, my generation, dude, I remember the only ones when I was a kid by the gas station. The gas stations would be closed and everybody would meet at the gas station. And if you wanted to know what was going on at night, you'd go by the gas station, Maybe you had a pager, but if you had a pager, you were probably a drug dealer, So, I'm old school, man. I'm not into Instagram. I don't, I mean, I'm not on Facebook. I mean, I don't need all the propaganda pumped into my life, and I'm not. My life isn't on display for everybody to enjoy. It's for me. It's my story. I'm writing my story, and I mean, I'm not pumping it out there. So nope, I'm not on Instagram. I like going off on these tangents. I haven't really done that in quite some time. I know my stream is going back and forth. I'm watching the stats right now. What time do we have? Oh, 20 minutes to party time. What are we looking at, man? I don't even know what the market's getting ready to do because I'm having fun. Fun. All right, so the futures, we got the ES up 9.5, so S&P's up 9.5. Nasdaq futures up 185. That's cool. The Russell is up 66. I'm not getting the Dow. No, that didn't work. Trying to add the Dow. I'm not getting that. It's telling me I'm not enabled for it. I don't understand it. I gotta look at that. They're sure charging me enough. You'd think they'd give it to me. Think. What do we got? Life expectancy in the low 70s, now 60s. Fair enough. Yep, focus. So yeah, the market, it looks like we're trading up. I don't see really what the Dow's doing. Let's hit up old CNBC. Oh, we didn't even do the news or anything. Really, there's not a whole bunch going on in the news. The big topic of interest is the Feds at the end of the month. I'm just wondering we had that nice snap back yesterday. One day we're in a recession or fear of close down. The next day we're in an economic recovery. So I'm just wondering what we hold today. To tell you the truth, I wouldn't mind just an inside day, man. While that takes its time, let's look at, just real quickly, oh lordy, that doesn't look good at all. There we go. All right, so if we look at the 15 over here, oh, you know what? Let's get rid of that also, the kickoff, so you can see things. There you go. If you look at the 15, you have a divergence right there and a double top. So this is the 15-minute chart. And then on the 30-minute, you can kind of see the same thing. We're going to open up talking like 9 points. So So we're probably testing that high right there, man. If we break below the 42.21, I mean, you could see a retrace. And it may just be 50%. So the 43.21, so we might see that 42.83 number. I really don't want to see that. I would like to see an additional push up. But this is what we're looking at. I mean, there's nothing really big. The Dow futures are only up 153. S&P's down 30, which is kind of, I mean, you can consider that flat for the S&P. Infrastructure bill they're talking about, analyst call. So everybody's looking at numbers again. That's cool. Oh, look at that. U.S. life expectancy dropped by 1.5 years in 2020. Biggest drop since World War II. Well, I guess that's based on COVID. COVID is a perfect example of how we've gotten away from what we really are, you know, because, I mean, it started in the 90s with body, you know, no body shaming. Don't shame people for fat, accept people for who they are. And the reality is it's not an issue that you should accept. I mean, you know, you're unhealthy. You don't represent the animal that you should be. And as a result, you're a drag on earnings for our society, you know. So it's just individuals being selfish and irresponsible, letting themselves get obese and overweight, and your body can't take care of yourself. And then what's our resolution, right? We develop clogged arteries, we get diabetes, we get rheumatoid arthritis, and the first thing we do is, boom, we go hit prescription medicines, right? I mean, if a tree was sick, you're not going to sit there and start, filling a tree up with antibiotics and treating the leaves, right? The first thing you're going to do is you're going to address the soil, address the environment, right? And what the tree is actually eating and getting, and what nutrients. But with us, no, we go right to the chemicals. You know, we go right to the acute care. And we use acute care methods for chronic diseases, and it's just killing people. You know, the first move is you're sick, stop putting shit in your body. You know, put good things into your body. And if your body can't heal itself, then you take that step to assist nature. But that's not what we do, right? Because the pharmaceutical companies want to make money, and they just pump out all this bullshit propaganda that you need to take these drugs. I had a heart attack in 2013, and trust me, I earned it. And I wouldn't have changed a thing because I got a shitload of stories. But as a result, I changed my diet. I focused on my diet. I changed my lifestyle. I stopped really partying as hard as I was, and started. I've always exercised, but then I really started to pay homage to my body. And I'm not on any drugs. I'm not on any prescription medicine. And I go to the doctor for a checkup. He goes, "Oh, you're fine. You're great." He's always raving about my body mass, and I mean, I can run 6 miles. I do that 3 times a week. So I forgot what I was tangenting on, but that's it. I mean, you got to pay homage to your body, and we got to stop with this bullshit that it's okay to be overweight, it's okay to be fat. Be proud of who you are. Be proud of your body. No, man, it's sacrilegious. It's just sacrilegious to allow your body to get like that. I mean, you don't go through nature and see overweight lions and tigers and bears. Oh my, and that's how you got to live. I mean, look at all these people who are not being inoculated. So if you're high risk, go get a vaccine. I mean, go get if you're not high risk, then okay, get yourself exposed. Your body develops the antibodies, and you're fine. You're good to go. But we're going to shut down a whole economy because people are generally unhealthy, and that's what happened. COVID ripped through society and whacked out the generally unhealthy. Older people, hey, you can't blame them. But all of the overweight smokers who ended up suffering from COVID, hey, you know what? It's a wake up sign. It's a wake up signal. Your body cannot sustain the risk, just like trading. We just get to choose how we react to it and how to mitigate its effects on us. Yeah, well, you know what? We get to react, but it actually affects everybody around us. I mean, the cost of healthcare skyrockets because of these people. Then they enact ridiculous laws. I mean, in New York, they outlawed supersize products. Oh, there we go. We're open. You can't buy supersized McDonald's and things like that. But that was Bloomberg in New York. They're tyrannical. I mean, it used to be the greatest state in the world, if you ask me. All right, well, apparently we're opening up aggressively, and I'm loving that. Let's see how it works out. We're building a, what are we looking at, actually? I don't know what screen you guys are looking at. Let me get organized. All right. So, ba-dum-ba-dum-bum-bum. Yep, absolutely, and it should go back to survival of the fittest. I don't agree with being thy brother's keeper concept. You know what I mean? I mean, that's even what goes on in the financial industry. So much regulation thrown on the professional because we have to protect the idiot who's jumping in the market, to play like all the meme stocks and stuff like that. Well, you know what? I mean, if people are going to hurt themselves, and hurt themselves. Make education available. But hey, no cure for stupidity. All right, so we're pushing up. That 30-second flag kicked off. That would have been your entry, if you wanted to take that break. But, it's pulling back right here. I didn't take that entry myself. It wasn't too aggressive a move that would have backed me away from it. I was just busy playing with you guys, and getting the stream organized. So if I would have taken the entry, I'm still working out this software. I would have taken it. Can't. Yeah, that's what I want. At 37.75, and the high was, it would have been one off and then knocked out at a break even. In a perfect world. Nope, looks like I lost a bunch of viewers. So apparently we had people who are intolerant of either my views on overweight people or my views on organized religion. That's the other problem we have in this country, a lack of tolerance. There's no live and let live concept anymore. So we broke yesterday's high. Looks like we're still pushing up. We had that last kiss on. There's actually right here, there's a nice bull flag on the 2 minute. There's a bull flag on actually all of them. Well, yeah, a Fibonacci is a retrace of a directional move. So you could use the Fibonacci on, an up move or a down move for the retrace. But if you're looking for targets on a breakout, or when you're making all-time highs, you could use the Fibonacci extension. And that's also a free indicator on most platforms. The Ninja one, if you watched me do it on the Ninja, the extension was part of the Fibonacci retracement. So if I retraced it in the opposite direction, it would create the extension. But this software that I'm using, TradeStation, right now, they have a Fibonacci extension. And I'm pretty certain that TOS and all of those have Fibonacci extensions. So right now, let me just move some things around and give you the view. Just a second. So right here, if you're looking at the center chart with me, we have targets in here. We're going, you can go mid-range on this. We'll probably move up to the middle of this bar and hit some resistance. But my target for this move right now is right there, the high of that day's bar, which that day is the 16th. So I think that was last Friday, right? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yep, that was last Friday. So my target is the high of Friday's bar. And that's how I set my targets here. If we broke the highs right here, then I would go from here to here with the extension and then have the extension as my targets. And you'll be surprised how accurate they are, or how reliable, we should say, they are. Yeah, so use the retrace when you're moving within a directional move. So if you look at the chart right now where my mouse is, I would, I'll actually expand this and do it. So I would take the Fibonacci retracement lines and go from this low to this, well, right here. Well, okay, let's just do it where we are right now, right here. So if I was looking for a retrace, I would use these lines as my targets. The 50, 55, the 30, 38, my end target is 61. You usually just get the 50, 55 out of a retrace. But if if we were breaking out to all-time highs, then I would go the opposite direction with the extensions and use my extensions as targets. But because we are not making all-time highs, we are within a trading range here, I could use targets here. Like this low right here, let's expand that. This low right here would be my first target, which you can see we've hit it and we poked through it and we're coming back, so it's kind of having a little congestion. My next target would be probably the open of Friday's bar, right where my pointer is and the crosshair, and then my next target would be the high, and then following that my next target would be the all-time high. And then and that's on a daily basis. If I wanted tighter targets, I could look at a lower time frame. This should be my 30-minute chart. Yeah, it's my 30-minute chart, I think. Or here's my 60-minute chart. I could look for, like here's what would be a good resistance on my 60, a little congestion right there. I know that we hit it, it's a point of interest. It's going to create some congestion. I know this peak will create a little congestion, and those could be my targets. Everybody's, whoops, got to remember not to do that. Not to break out in song. That's worse than my opinions. One surefire way to lose subscribers. Just doing a little work over here. You bet, Tommy. Happy to do it. I'm actually working on that Discord server idea, and I think I'm going to do that, and this way we could all chat, and I could talk you through trades, and you guys could, talk to me while you're trading, and maybe I can give you some good input. And improve your trading ability. Looks like today's just going to be an easy day. I don't see anything I'm really looking to get involved with. It was a really good month, though, I'll tell you. For a summer month, this is a very good month. We've had some really good trades, really good moves. My spread trades have worked out well. I shouldn't do that, though. I still have, we still have time. I'm sitting here like counting the money. You know, I usually don't look at the P&Ls, but I'm just so impressed with what we've been able to do this month that I am looking at the P&Ls. Looks like we're putting in a double top on the 1 minute. We're going to have to keep our eye on that. It's kind of deep. About to break out. I mean, we're breaking into 44.96. So breaking into the mid-range of a daily bar doesn't really give us an opportunity for a lot of run, you know, because there's a lot of congestion in that daily bar. So this is what I mean. See, we're breaking a high right now on the 32nd, but we're moving into this bar. So through this bar, there's a lot of congestion. You know, when you have a breakout and it breaks above a high or something like that, or breaks below a low, that's where you get a pretty good movement. But, you know, a breakout in the mid-range of a bar, yeah, you're not going to get a lot of runs. So, you know, I mean, it could very well push up to the top, but I would play that with tight stops and consider whether it's really just worth the risk. It might just be something that I'd sit out. So I'm just going to assess it if it happens. But it looks like the thrill is gone, you know. Dow's up 215. Composite's only up 25. Let's take a look at who's announcing today. People might be backing off too, just waiting to see what the Fed has to say for tomorrow. Oh, I'll tell you, man. Edge is just so emotional. Microsoft Edge. Site can't be reached. Do I have that blocked? I bet I do have it blocked. I'm resetting it all. Think. There you go. Let's see. All right. There we go. I know, I'm quiet. Sorry. Oh, look at that. It's broken out. Ah, see, it looks like it's just chopping its way up. See, now it's acting like a normal summer market. Which I'll take that, man. I'll take that choppy grind up. It's just not a directional trading market. This is the kind of thing that you do the income spread trades and stuff like that. I'm happy. I'm happy because I would say it's trading in good order. You know, the other days the market just wasn't trading in good order. I mean, we made a lot of money off of it, but just not a happy place to trade. Financials are up aggressively. Energy's up aggressively. That's good to look at. That means it'll support the market. It'll support this move up. You could take a long on this break. It just seems like it goes up and chops back, goes up and chops back. I don't really want to work that hard to take that much heat for the trade. Again, I'd still rather be trade adverse or risk adverse. Hey, that's a good move. What'd you do to make that money, Tommy? What trade did you take? Yeah, that's cool. SPY, SPX. Yeah, I just wanted to know what you took. Did you take a breakout? I mean, what was your method? In the money call option. All right. But what was it that triggered your buy? Did you see a reversal or a breakout, or what triggered your buy? Was it a gut instinct? Waited for confirmation of a second candle above the 9 EMA. Okay. What is going on with this? All right, let me get this out of the picture until I can get it to come up. Yeah, that's that I guess a breakout above the 9 EMA. Yeah, I know lots of guys who trade breaking 9s and 8s and 13s and things like that. Wow, what does my internet look like? I cannot get on these pages. Ah, got it. All right. Yeah, it looks like I'm getting, I have a good connection, but I'm getting lousy internet access. So, oh, this didn't even update. What the hell? Clear. We just want the states. Yeah, that I like the Ichimoku cloud also because it gives me perspective, and it's also good for support and resistance, especially when there's volatility. You could rely on it for support and resistance. But yeah, we're making a nice grind up 26 points. I'm loving it. Ah, finally, here we go. All right, so who's reporting today? Anybody of interest? Oh, this. Okay, oh, yeah, today's we got oil also at 10:30. So we'll probably see more action in the market after the oil report comes out. Jobless claims tomorrow is going to be interesting. That'll probably move the market, or at least the futures. Next Tuesday's durable goods. That's a big doings. And next week is when, I think next Wednesday, right? Yeah, we got the interest rate decision next Wednesday. So next week's probably going to be a stale week. I don't think we're going to see a lot of movement into next week unless we get some surprise. But, yeah, you know, the Feds are very transparent, so I don't see us getting any surprises. Let's see how long this earnings calendar takes to come up. Yeah, and you know what? Those simple goals, daily goals, keeps you out of trouble. When you get greedy and you're trying to make as much money as possible, that's when you get beat up. But you know, the best way to start is start small, hit a goal, back off, watch the market, keeps your head clear, your risks low, and you get to absorb good information from the market. And then as you get more and more confident in your skill, you can start raising your goals. And really, I don't do it with more trades, right? I'd rather do it with fewer quality trades, but just keep increasing my size. So I don't I don't look for more markets to trade or more entries. I look for more quality entries and increasing the size of my positions. And as I can increase my size, I'll probably reduce. Oh, I'm just bored with this. Somebody's announcing today, but I can't tell you who it is. I'll probably reduce the amount of trades I do. And really, my ultimate goal is to have my biggest days hitting with just one trade a day. I mean, my costs are obviously lower when I get to do that. And my risk is minimized. You know, I'm not exposing myself to the market. I'm not exposing myself to risk. I see one good quality trade, I take it, boom, I've made money. Took the red stick for 43, 45 calls. That's funny. Um, Wyatt, you just have amazing days every day, man. You're going to make that millionaire mark before you're 27. Oh, you upped your goal. Before your goal was $250. Now your goal is 1,000. That's good. You're gaining confidence, huh? Excuse me. Had a coughing fit. Mm-hmm. Haven't heard from any traders today. That's interesting. Not that you guys aren't traders, but I'm talking about in industry guys. Usually they're blowing up my text. I guess either they're exhausted or they're making money and they don't need Dave. Mm-hmm. Setting up a bull flag on that 30-minute SPX. So you could watch that and look for an entry. Obviously, yeah, you know, the 30-minute, if we get that bull flag, that move should be a lot longer than if we took a setup on the 30-minute. So there could be some good opportunity there. It's right below the retracement of the 76 percent line. So figure a little bit of resistance at 35.54, and if it breaks through that, then you got a good shot at getting another 10 or 15 points from there. So that looks like an interesting trade setup right there on the 30-minute. If that, I mean, we still have 25 minutes for that bar to close. But I'm going to keep my eye on that. What? No, I don't get it. Forgive the silence. I'm just working here in the background, but I'm still watching that 83 mark. Are you sure you're putting your stop in correctly? I think you're asking me how I feel about 43.55 by the end of the day. Well, like I said, I'm looking for that flag on the 30-minute. If that flag on the 30-minute hits, then yeah, I mean, that 55 number is not hard. That right now, the trigger is 30.50. So, I mean, if that triggers, then 5 points from there, easy. I mean, if you're asking me if it's going to trigger, I don't have a crystal ball. I can only move on what it does for the day. Right now, the momentum is down in the 30-second bars, and the momentum is fading across the board. I'm looking for a double top now on like the 2-minute. But I would argue that the 60-minute is bullish. Yeah, just watch that 30-minute bar, man. I mean, we might get a little bit of a retrace, but overall, everything's very bullish. I mean, nothing's screaming, the Russell's up 1.68%. But that's it. That's the only thing that's broken a percent of a move up. As far as the SPX goes, the financials are strong and still pushing up. Energy strong and still pushing up. You know, we just need a little tech support. So keep your eye on the composite, and you know, look for that to break to new highs, and the S&P. Right now, we're just consolidating a little bit, which makes good sense. You know, we got a 25-point move at this point, so I think we went as high as 30. And we're coming into the midday reversal right here. So the mid-morning reversal. So yeah, I think you got a good shot. I mean, that 30-minute bar, that flag is holding up. We got 14 minutes left, and if it doesn't advance from here or go down too aggressively, it's a good flag, and the momentum is supporting it also. So yeah, I think you're in good shape there, Wyatt. Yeah, see, I think that's exactly why we got to get this Discord going. This way, you know, we could talk more real time about trades. Maybe I can get you guys making a little more money. Those calls are juicy, huh? Oh no, I'm looking. Yeah, yeah, I'm looking at the calls. The 30s are $20. The 35s are $15. Juicy. Where are we trading? Oh, that's why. What's the 50? Oh, that's not bad. $7 for a 50 delta. It's a little high, but not bad. I mean, for an option that expires today. I have the theme song to Bewitched in my head, which definitely dates me. Got 7 minutes left for that bar, and then we'll look for that flag to break. I mean, it may not break right in the first few minutes. And actually, it's better if it doesn't. It's better if it trades off a little bit and then makes the break. On this 1 minute, though, it looks like we're coming into some nice, well, I guess it's a little further. You have some support right down there at about the $42, 42-point range. Haven't heard from Anthony today. Should be getting that reversal, midday reversal. I'm watching the 2 and the 5. So I'll put that trend line in across the tops, bearish until it breaks that trend. Breaking that trend line could be a move up. More conservative would be to wait for that that bull flag on the 30, which we have 2 minutes left for that bar, and that entry is going to be breaking 43.50.23. So the 1 minute bar is clearly in a downtrend. This could be the midday reversal. If I'm going to do my fib, I usually take it about midway between the split. I just find that that works for me. Already hit the 33%. We might see that 43.40 mark. I don't think it's going to get much more aggressive than that. So, Tommy, when you enter your stops, you should be entering them as a stop market, right? So you'll put in the stop price, which if the stock was moving up, you'd put it in at a price below it, and if it comes back down to that price, it should trigger and be a market order. If you put the stop limit in, then it'll trigger, but if it trades past that trigger, you won't get hit because you have a limit. So it goes from being a stop order, turns into a limit order. So you want stop market. If you're putting in the order and you're getting hit right away, you might be putting a straight limit order in. So just take another look at that. And they have a review function on the order. It may be in your best interest to use that. We hit that 38% retracement, and we're bouncing off of that. And it looks like the momentum on the 30-second is turning around. So that might be the extent of the retracement. And now we're ready to start moving up again. The 2 minutes flattening out. Yeah, that's, I mean, if it's hitting right away, then that would make sense that it's a limit, because, you know, if you're getting a better price than your limit, it's going to execute. You're welcome there, Tommy. Yeah, I got it. I'll tell you, the daily chart's making me a little bit uncomfortable. Although we're not ready to call it a divergence yet. And actually, the momentum is making higher highs. And we're still in that bullish move. So if there's anybody else out there who wants to ask questions, I see we got more people streaming with us than we do chatting us up. Just feel free to chat us up. Hop on, talk, ask me any questions you want. Happy to do it. Not really looking to take too many trades today, just because the bar is moving in an inside move, and it's just not my trade. Not an inside move, but on the daily, it's jumping into an inside bar. I'll just go over what that looks like again. See right here where my pointer is. This is the daily chart, and we're just right in the center of, I guess this is Tuesday, Monday, Friday's bar. And just when you're moving inside of a bar, you don't get very big moves. So it's not really where I trade. I mean, we could very well go and challenge the top of this. And I'm watching, that's, I think, the high is 375. And I'm watching right here, this 30-minute bull flag. And it's a bull flag rushing up to the 76 retracement on this move down. So that should give it good energy. It might bust right through that. Could turn around and snap back. But I'll take the entry. Right, bink, right, come on. I'll take the entry at the 30, 50, 23, and then I'll just be tight with my stop, see if it snaps off of this or if it busts through. But if this bar closes down here, then, you know, on the next bar, this is the entry on the 30-minute. Oh, I've been fighting a headache all day. Got 15 minutes until this bar closes. Looks like it's just going to retrace here. I mean, we could very well have just entered a consolidation for the rest of the day. And all the markets are doing the same. Stream's doing pretty good today. Yeah, it's just in that congestion, man. See, that's what happens when you're trading in the middle of a daily bar. So that's why I'm not very aggressive today. Just light momentum. And, you know, part of trading is knowing when not to trade. having a terrible season with crabs. Not that I keep getting infected with crabs, but I just haven't been able to catch crabs. I mean, I get one or two, and then when I get like 3 nice ones, they turn out to be female, and I just refuse to eat the females. Figure eating that female is like eating 50 crabs. Yeah, you know. Down where I am right now, there are no rules that inhibit it. I know some areas you can't, you're not allowed to eat them. But actually, I think around here you can't eat them if they have eggs on them. But as a rule, I just don't eat the female. So if anybody out there has any questions, man, just fire them out. Give me some content. Give me something to talk about. I know my free folk, most of them are working, and I'm not expecting you to do that. But if you're new to the channel, I mean, obviously, please hit the subscribe and hit the bell so you know when we're up. And hit the like, because it goes a long way. And hit me up in the chat. Give me some content. Get me going on a tangent. Help me pontificate. Oh man, tons of opinions on the war on drugs. It's ridiculous. It's never worked. You know, and all laws do is empower criminals. You know, they outlawed alcohol. That was the rise of the mafia. They outlawed cocaine. That was the rise of the cartel. You know, I mean, they want to ban firearms. That's going to be the rise of the white supremacists. I mean, those are the guys who control the legal gun market. You know, I mean, laws don't work. It's ridiculous. Education works. Educate people. You know, Hey, I'm a big advocate of drugs for entertainment purposes. My children know what my views are or what my practices were as a young man. My kids have no interest in drugs. I mean, they're educated, they understand them, and they understand the proper use of drugs, and they just have no interest. You remove the forbidden fruit. You want to create an issue with drugs or a problem, make it a forbidden fruit. Everybody wants to jump all over it. They legalize cannabis throughout the country, yet the interest is going to wane. Obviously there are people who can't control themselves. We should really locate those personalities and sterilize them. But society and liberals won't let you do that. So, we should just allow people to damage themselves if they wish to damage themselves. The idea that we need to, Big Brother everybody is just ridiculous. It literally offends me, that concept. Because you don't help anybody who doesn't want to help themselves. Ask a recovering alcoholic, and they will tell you that until they made the decision. Oh, look, we're breaking that trend line. There we go. There's the break. I'm actually going to enter here and see if I can jump in on that flag early. I'm just keeping a very tight stop on this. So let me continue my pontification while we watch this trade. I think it should be free. And also understand that the illegalization of marijuana was also lobbied by the logging industry, because 1 acre of hemp will produce as much paper as 10 acres of trees. So once they knocked that hemp out, they definitely made the logging industry a lot more valuable. Come on, man, don't knock me out. I think this flag is going to work. I'm going to stick with this. I'm all for it. lift these restrictions. And I think, there was a time when the country was first created, if you were a farm owner, I think you had to grow at least 3 acres of hemp, because they used it for rope and all of this material. It was required that you grew, I think it was 3 acres. It might have been 1 acre of hemp. But it was required in this country that you grew at least a certain amount of acres of hemp. Oh, that's just ugly. But so I think we need to go back to that, because lumber is scarce. We're destroying forests. If people could legally grow hemp everywhere, and we started to implement the use of hemp, it would do a lot for our environment. How do you make... okay, well, you know what, Tommy? You want to see a certain amount of correlation. So your decision is that you don't take that trade. So basically, if you're trying to make sense of everything, you're looking for a trade. You don't want to look for a trade. You want the trade to present itself. If it's not presenting itself, it's not a trade. It's really that simple. We got 1 minute left to this 30-minute bar. I'm thinking it should start making the move right here. So you want a certain amount of correlation, because it'll give the trade strength, it'll give it moving, and that's the quality of the trade. When I say don't trade as much, increase your size, take better quality trades. So if you see a few charts giving you the same indication, that's a good quality trade. You got a few conflicting charts, that quality trade is not that good. That might be the one you back off of. That's a good question, though. Yeah, I don't trade the spies. I trade the SPX calls. Yep, that was the past, man. You know, and the past is ugly all over the place. So here, it looks like we might be making that break. Come on. Make the break. Yeah, everybody grew hemp back in the day. Like I said, when we first became a country, it was required. If you owned a farm, you had to grow hemp. I mean, yeah, you know, you had hemp ropes and hemp clothes, and you know, it was a big product. 48.81 is the break of the flag now. There it goes. It just broke. Now the test to see if the flag's going to continue. So you tighten up your stops at this point because it's got to break past the 50.23. And your stop right now would be below the 41.38. 42.12, I'm sorry. If it trades back here, then the flag failed. But you could start squeezing your stop because it could reject off of the pivot high of 50.23. And that's what we're watching right here. Come on. Composite is supporting it. Dow's supporting it. We got pivot highs on the two that we have to break to keep going. Oh, the Dow is getting weaker. Come on, come on. Oh, it's having a hard time. See, that makes me uncomfortable when it takes this long. I'm going to squeeze my stop to my break even. It's taking too long. Don't. No, I'm going to get knocked out. Come on. Oh, I'm out. Oh, not yet. Yep, I'm out. Yeah. Is this the last kiss? I'll go back in on the break of that bar. I'm back in. No, it looks like it's not working out for me today. And I'm out. You know what? It's lunchtime and it's not really the right time to trade. I'm going to wait for a break of that pivot high. Go, baby, go, baby, go. Yeah, it's just not doing it. You get a choppy market when you come into lunch, which it's a little early for lunch, but I'm lighting it up. Yeah, the war on drugs. How effective has that been? I mean, billions of dollars spent. How hard is it to get drugs? I mean, it's very easy to acquire drugs. So that's a lost war. But I mean, it's such an economic factor now that they just don't change the law or cancel the war on drugs, because it's a big function of our GDP. Yeah, that AMC chart, I don't like the look of that. I'm looking at it right now. That daily chart, that looks like it's going to fall apart. I mean, right now you could be long. There was a point where I would have went long and I'd be tightening up the stops. I believe I was looking for a long at 38.85. But I'd probably squeeze my stop to today's low. Yeah, if that baby was going to get legs, it would get it right here. Um, and then if you're looking for a short entry, you could break of that pivot low at 31.15. That'd be a good short right there. A buddy of mine went long Chewy at I think 71, 72, like the end of last week. It's at 83 right now. No, not really, man. Again, I don't chase trades. You know, um, I trade the SPX, and I invest in other companies and situations. Um, yeah, you know, there's no need to do everything. I don't have to be in everything. I have to make money. Yeah, you know, you're here often enough. You see my setups. and I make money every day. And I also do the income credit spreads. So I'm making money every day, whether I take a directional trade or my income trades are paying off. Mitigating risk is the name of the game. And if you look at the best hedge funds out there that are managed, the ones that lasted and are consistently profitable, you'll see that they have a very low drawdown and risk to capital. And then you get guys who have really high returns with high risk, but they're not around long. They tend to disappear. So again, I mean, I'm not all over the place. I stay very focused. I'm not looking for everything. I have earnings plays that I do, with options and things like that. But everything's just easy money. I don't have to, if I want excitement, I'll take 10 to 20 grand and I'll go to Vegas and, I like to play craps and I like to chase women. That's how I'll have some excitement. Or I'll hoist my sails and do a passage for 30 days and I'll get some excitement. But money is my business and you don't want excitement in your business. You should read, Wyatt, you should read books, not just about trading, although if you read some of the books about hedge fund traders and things, you'll get to see what their disposition is. I know you're a young dude, and life is flashy and colorful, and it's cool. But to truly be a success, you need to have a very controlled, tempered personality. And I am, by nature, a very shoot-from-the-hip, wild kind of guy. And I came from a family that's very much like that. More the outlaw kind of concept than an intelligent business kind of concept. And it was something I actually had to cultivate in myself, just understanding what it really takes to succeed. And the movies make it look like flash and excitement and everything, but that's not the reality of it. I mean, you take risks, but they're calculated risks. Everything's cool. It's void of emotion, which was a big hindrance for me, and something I really consciously worked on removing. And I still see it creep into, my decision making. But, if you genuinely want that success that you had mentioned, that's what you need to do. Because I find that you get overly excited about some of your plays. And nobody should know whether you're up 20 grand or down 20 grand based on your disposition or your reactions, right? If they can't tell whether you're up or down for the day, then you're doing it right. So so again, I mean, that goes back to, I don't run around the market looking for all sorts of things. I come up with a formula. I come up with a system that makes me money. And that's what it is. That's what I do. I mean, even when I was buying physical companies, I had criteria. And if the company didn't click all the boxes or check all the boxes, I didn't buy the company. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't work, but those were my rules. And for the most part, it turned out to be the wise thing to do. But that's how business is done. It's not dynamic, it's not flashy, it's not exciting. Movies are dynamic, flashy, and exciting. It's all a probability of mathematics. So, I mean, you trade the SPX, you trade it well. There's no reason for you to look around and try to find other vehicles to trade, meme stock, shit like that, the get-rich quick concept. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. There's no reason for it. You just keep focusing on a couple of markets or one market, and the manner in which you trade, do it the same way all the time. You're going to make the money you want to make. Keep that emotion out of it. Stop counting your money. I mean, I really don't look at my P&L. I mean, I know whether I'm up or I'm not or what have you, but I try not to look at my P&L until the end of the week. It's hard, but every guy who's texting me crying about their money, and the market, I mean, I tell them the same thing. Stop trading the damn P&L. I mean, I could show you 100 texts that I say, listen, stop trading your P&L. And what I mean by trading the P&L is they look, oh, I'm down this, I'm down that, I'm down that. Yo, that doesn't matter. Is the trade good or is the trade bad? Is the idea still working or did the idea fail? That's all you're looking at. You take your profit not when you're up $1,000. You take your profit when you see a double top or you think something's going to reverse. That's when you take your profit. You take your loss not when you're down, a certain amount of money. You take your loss when the idea fails, when technically it doesn't look like it's the right trade anymore. So that's the professionalism of the industry. The excitement or the jubilation and the emotion. That's the neophyte end of the industry. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, that's the other thing you can't do, man. The shoulda, woulda, couldas. Don't worry about that, man. There's going to be times you're going to be like, oh, I should have stayed in this stock and made that money, or don't get caught up in that. You waste a lot of time. You made your decision, you did your trade, you made your money, you didn't make your money. That trade's what's important. I mean, if I looked at all my ifs and should-haves, forget about it. I mean, I'd be giving Soros a run for his money. But you can't do that. You took a trade. From what you said, you're in the green. Yeah, that's a good trade. If you stuck to your criteria, took the trade based on your criteria, managed your risk, that's a good trade, man. A good trade is not a trade that you win or lose on. A good trade is a trade that you stuck to your criteria. So today's a day you could be proud of. There is no should have. If you stuck to your criteria, took that trade, and made money, it's a phenomenal day. That's another thing that's hard to get out of your trading practice. I mean, I do that too from time to time. Look back at a trade, oh, if I only. But yeah, you can't do that, man. Look, we had that beautiful bull setup, bull flag setup. It didn't work out, you know, or hasn't worked out yet. Um, just a lunchtime trade. But you know what? It's a good setup. It's an entry that you have to take that entry, right? Because this is the law of large numbers. So every time I see a flag like that with all that criteria, I have to take it. And if I do that every time, the net result is that I make money, right? Because the only way to hit a constant, hit a variable, is with a constant. And so I have to be consistent on my entry and sticking to my rules. And then the variable is whether it breaks out or not. It's a variable with the probabilities in my favor, but nonetheless, it's a variable. So based on the law of large numbers, if I do that often enough, I'm going to make money. Marku, have you come here to promote something? $1.18 up. Super. I have to hire guys to go into other chats and promote my name or my trades. Actually, I think there are streams on YouTube that, or videos on YouTube that demonstrate that that's how you promote a channel. Yeah, we're just in consolidation, man. There's just nothing going on with SPX today. But here, point in case, like this guy comes on and talks about this stock that's up 1.18. But you know, you could filter through the market, and there are hundreds of stocks that do that. I mean, yeah, you know, how do you find it? How do you go through it? And why would you take the risk when you have a method of trading that has consistently performed for you? You know, and you just keep going with that method of trading. You know. I mean, when I was in the industry, I mean, I was getting calls every day from putts with ears that have a recommendation or a stock that's going to run or what have you, and it just didn't make sense. I mean, you know, I know what I'm doing. You do it consistently and you make money. And Wyatt, you keep doing what you're doing, and then just keep increasing your size, increasing your size, increasing your size. And you increase the amount of money you make. You don't have to look for other markets. You don't have to look for other stocks. You know, just become a specialist in the few markets that you know. And then, you know, expand into investing, which is different from trading. You know, take that money that you're making, stash it away, and build that portfolio, which I think you did talk about. You were doing that, but yeah, you know, that's what you do. You should have a certain investment portfolio and a trading portfolio. At a young age like you could be aggressive with the trading portfolio. Older cats like me, they should be more geared towards their investment portfolio with a peripheral view on trading. You know, you could be a little more aggressive, focus on trading, and build your investment portfolio. Yeah, you know, or focus on trading as a means of building your investment portfolio. But ultimately, I mean, you want to sit back and just make money on investments instead of trading. You know, mitigate the risk and increase the return. You know, like wealthy people, they're not sitting there venturing or gambling their money every day. We're about to test that pivot high. I don't like the hour. I'm kind of feeling like I want to take that trade. I'm going to have to think about it. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, that's good, man. And just keep chipping away at them. Forget about them. Don't look for the return right away. I mean, I have stocks from the financial crisis of 2007. When the markets were tanking and everybody was screaming bloody murder. I was taking long positions, and I mean, the profits are just astronomical, and I leave them. I forget about them. I mean, a lot of stuff pays dividends. Look at that; it can't make the break, man. It can't make the break. A lot of the stuff pays dividends, and that's cool. And you know what? Tax on dividends is like 15%. I mean, right there, I'm outperforming trading portfolios. Wow, look at that fucking, whoops, excuse me. Look at that bar. Any news? Everything did it. Did they catch Biden sleeping with one of his pages? What happened? Ah, I see what happened. CNBC published an article. Dow gains more than 200 points, attempting to extend its rebound rally. It's like every time these guys put something out, blink, it turns around. You guys saw, I think it was Singapore, that physically crushed mining equipment, crypto mining equipment. Yeah, you got to figure that that's going to be the general direction. Governments aren't going to be favorable to cryptocurrency. Nobody wants competition. You think the Civil War was about freeing the slaves? You're crazy. It was a currency war between the Union dollar and the Dixie. It's just that the Union dollar was being generated by the use of slaves. They removed that. They removed the profit potential for the southern states. And that's all it was. And the war with China right now, you think it's about humanitarian issues? Definitely not. It's a currency war. So you think that, SPX got rejected, man. They all did. All the markets traded back like that. So, if you think there's a future in crypto, I think you might be missing the big picture. I mean, while there's momentum, it's a good trade, but definitely not a good investment. And you got to figure, if you guys were around during 2007, people questioned the viability of the U.S. dollar, right? They seriously questioned the viability of the U.S. dollar. And it's not like it was rumor or spook. It was truly compromised. So just imagine if we come into another financial crisis like this? I mean, what cryptocurrencies? I mean, what's backing it other than greed and emotion? But hey, that's one man's view. I mean, if you think about it, really, even gold, it's not a supply and demand commodity. It's the value is based on what we consider it to be worth. Um, you know, there's no consumption aspect to it, although it is a great transmitter of electricity and it's environment resistant, but it's not really used like that. I think just in like maybe some high-tech computers and things like that. Um, but where the hell is this all coming from? Everything's just trading off a little bit. I mean, based on that that 5-minute chart, it still looks pretty good. Just in a channel, really. Interesting, interesting, interesting. I wonder what the market's going to end up doing. Um, Looking at this daily, dink. So here's my daily chart. Um, I mean, we're just struggling in here, and I'm wondering if this is a high and we're going to come down and, you know, make a lower low. Ugh, that would be terrible. I mean, that would put us in a bear market. I mean, if we come down and make a higher low, then we're in a consolidation, which would be good and healthy. But if we have another debacle and break that, it'll be a bear market. And it's funny, you know, you look at the news and you know, you're just like the news is all over the place with the market. But that's how CNBC is. They just feed into whatever's happening at the time, you know. So it's not an accurate or reliable indication of what's going on in the market. You know, Monday, all their articles are about a global depression, and Tuesday it's about an economic recovery. You know, so you can't really rely on those guys. But yeah, I'm questioning this daily. Although it looks like we're taking a test to the high again. but unless we could break this high right here, it's got me very uncomfortable. 375. I mean, I don't think we're going to do that today. It doesn't look like we have the buying power, but maybe that move will happen tomorrow. That flag hasn't failed. It triggered on this bar right here. I mean, that was the high, the 48.81. This bar right here did the trigger. If it trades below the low of that flag, which is 42.12, then the flag fails. So even with that dramatic pullback, it didn't fail. I mean, it's getting a little long in the tooth, but you know, I attribute that to the hour. But again, breaking that this damn thing, you got to break. Aye. You got to break that 50.23 for this thing to start picking up legs. That's the test of the flag. No, finally, I had this headache all day, man. It's finally starting to subside. Must have taken half a bottle of Tylenol. Ugh. That is the one drug that I am probably addicted to. Not addicted, I mean, I suffer from headaches, so I take a lot of Tylenol, but that's why I do a lot of fasting too, because it helps me get the toxins out. Yep, that's exactly right. It is just consolidating. On the 5 minute, I mean, you could see the channel. Well, 5 minute or below, you could see the channel. On the 30 minute, you know, it's still that flag, but I mean, it's already run out. Yeah, you know, got long in the tooth on that flag. So, I mean, it's starting to look like a channel instead of a flag. But again, it's the hour. It's Wednesday, and we're a week away from Fed decision. I know the city is barren, and a lot of people are vacationing from what I've heard. If I take a whole bottle, I'll never have a headache again. Yeah, that's for sure. I'll feel good because I'll be dead. I definitely took more than I should have today, but I mean, I just needed to kick it. I guess maybe it's a migraine. I mean, I've had them my whole life. From the conversations I've had with people, they say migraines are incapacitating. But I do have a really high pain tolerance. So I'm wondering if I'm just tolerating a migraine. But I mean, there are times I get allergy headaches and what have you. I take a Tylenol in the morning and they're gone. But there are times I get these headaches that I just can't kick them. You know, I mean, I feel them in my back. I feel them in my head. It's just my eyes, my sinus is really a bitch. Or maybe it's telling me I'm going to have another heart attack. Who knows? And the acetaminophen works great for me. I mean, better than the ibuprofen. Yeah, it just makes me a little drowsy. And really, It's just a headache. I mean, as far as a cloggy nose or what have you, that doesn't really bother me. But um, I mean, I just need to knock out the headaches. Yeah, that's exactly it. It usually happens after I wake up, and I can feel it coming on. And if I get it, if I take some aspirin right as it comes on in the evening, usually knock it out. But if it lingers a little bit and I sleep through it and wake up, forget about it. I can't kick it. Warm shower, yeah, I'm gonna try that. Yeah, and they last all day. Yep, that's exactly what happens. Usually, yeah, while I'm sleeping, I feel them developing. I don't know about dehydration because I make a habit of drinking a gallon of water a day. And I thought that maybe I wasn't getting good air circulation in the boat, but it happens when I'm up at the house also. I mean, it's happened my whole life, so it's not that. And I certainly don't want to go to a doctor because they're going to find something and try to treat something and just mess me up. I mean, I have all my teeth, no cavities. I have all my organs. They didn't cut anything out of me. I even have extra parts from motorcycle accidents. Yeah, I've tried that too. I've changed my pillows. I now have these bamboo hypoallergenic pillows. Yep. Yeah, behind my eyes and nasals. But that's how I get sick too. Like during flu seasons and things like that. I mean, that's the only way that a cold presents to me. I get a headache and I get the pains behind my eyes. Yeah, and my sinuses hurt, and that's it. I mean, I don't get knocked out or stuffy nose, or I get a headache for a day or two and then it all passes. But that's yeah, that's the extent of how I get sick. So I mean, I could be fighting something. I mean, I've gone to the gym and the windows are sealed, and yeah, it's like really the just unhealthy environment down here in the gym. So I probably picked something up from some kid or something like that. That's what I'm thinking. I just fought off some cold, and I felt kind of bitchy the past few days. So that's how I present too. I usually get just irritable. So I could be fighting a cold. I don't know. Let me ask you this, since everybody enjoys a good conspiracy theory. Do you find that there are very few mosquitoes and flies around this season? Because normally it's kind of like a sport down here, killing flies. And mosquitoes, forget about it. And every evening I spend about 45 minutes, killing flies and mosquitoes before I go to bed. And this season, like not a mosquito bite, and I think I've seen maybe 2 flies the whole season. I mean, usually in the evening, 15, 20 flies easily in the cabin. And I mean, there's screens on all the vents and port lights, and even the companionway has a screen. So even with all those screens, normally there's like 15 to 20 flies, and there's no exaggeration in the cabin. So much so that after I'm done killing them, I have to go around and clean the cabin roofs and cabin top, because there's just fly guts all over everything. And I don't even think I picked up my fly swatter, unless that's what it is, because I bought this real. I mean, you really become an expert in a quality fly swatter, and I picked up this remarkable, well-engineered fly swatter, and I guess maybe the word got out. That happens. I remember when I first bought my mountain house, there were turkey on my lawn constantly. And then I went out and, or actually, I had my gangster gun in the city, and I brought my gangster gun to the mountain house. I call it my gangster gun because it's a little like defense shotgun, but I'm dead accurate with it, so I use it for hunting. So anyway, I brought my gangster gun to the mountain house. Like for 2 months, I didn't see a turkey after that. It's like the word got out. Yeah, that could be, man. I think there was a mass spraying. You know, I'm wondering if nah, I don't know. See, I can go nuts with conspiracies, but I'm wondering if it's related to COVID, and yeah, you know, they're not telling us something, and I don't know. I mean, like, dude, there's no mosquitoes. I mean, that's got to be a real big possum explosion, you know. And I guess I would be seeing more possums. I haven't seen a possum all season. I've been seeing a lot of bear though. Down here, I was just cruising down the road, and a bear just stood up on the side of the road on his hind legs. But I couldn't get the camera out in time to get a shot. I got a shot of him, but he had already, you know, gone back on all fours and started walking away. But he was standing up on his hind legs, you know, looking out across the road, kind of contemplating whether he's going to cross or not. And then at the mountain house, I think if you guys were with me in the beginning, I had seen that mama bear and the baby bear around the house. And then my girls were up at the house and said that they had seen it also. So apparently they moved on to the property, or she's raising them on the property. But yeah, my cousin, yeah, dude. First of all, I was total city guy. So here's the reason why we ended up buying the property. We had gone camping, took my daughter, and she was like maybe 3 or 4 years old. And we were up in the Adirondacks, and it was 4th of July weekend. And we wanted to be away from everybody, so we took the canoes and we pushed up these creeks, up this river, and we got really, really far from population and really secluded. Looks like we're making that break. I'm not taking it. Oh, no, we didn't break the pivot high yet. And we were way out there. And while we were sleeping, in the background, first of all, my wife, you know, took care of the kid, and she rubbed it down with some lotion, and the kid smelled like a fruit roll-up. Yeah, you know, and I'm like laying in the cabin in the tent thinking, this is not a good idea. Yeah, you know, that the kid smells like a fruit roll-up. And then around 9:30, 10 o'clock, we could hear all the fireworks off in the distance. And then all I'm thinking is, you know what? We came up here to get away from that fireworks. Every animal in the woods has got to be coming up this way to get away from the fireworks. So anyway, around 4 o'clock in the morning, I hear these huge twigs like snapping, you know, and something's walking over. And then I hear something outside the cabin, and I had my gangster gun with me, by the way. And something's like stamping, and then I hear this snorting and blowing, and I'm like, holy shit, what a terrible way to die. We're going to get eaten by a bear. So I jump out of the cabin, and I blow off a couple of shots in the general direction that I hear this noise, and I rush the whole family down into the canoe, and we shoot out into the middle of the lake, and we stay there, and it was probably like 3 in the morning, and we stayed there until the sun came up, and it rained on us a little bit, and we were freezing. I mean, we had like barely any clothes on. I just had a pair of jeans on, no socks, no shirt or anything. So we ran for our lives, man. And then so the sun came up, and we came back to the camp. Nothing was touched. You know, the food wasn't touched, nothing was touched, everything was intact. But we like, you know, to hell with that. We packed up, we split, and so, well, anyway, knowing what I know now, it was real. It was a male deer making that snorting noise, that honk and stomping, maybe to scare us away or what have you from the area. But, you know, back in the day, I thought it was bears. And really where I was, all they had was black bear. But I had no idea that black bear... Oh, there it goes. It did the break. I didn't take it. I didn't know that black bear really... You know, I mean, they're more afraid of you than you are of them. They're basically harmless. So anyway... that's why I bought the house, because still under my ignorance, I was like, that's it. I'm not going camping. You know, there's no way I'm living with a sheet between me and a predator. So I ended up buying the estate. But, and the other motivation was I was walking my daughter. She was on my shoulders. We were passing the school, and the school had a little yard, and there were lines going through the grass. And she goes, Dada, what are those lines in the grass? I said, that's from the lawnmower. She said, what's a lawnmower? I was like, oh my God, I got to get this kid out into the country, get her out of the city. So the other motivation for buying the house. So yeah, I was when I went up there, I was definitely my cousin Vinny, because I would walk, and it was a hike to get down to the river. I mean, it's a big bit of property, but I would walk with like a machete, you know, through this area looking for bears, to protect my family, you know. And now when I look back on it, I'm like, oh my God, what a bozo I was, you know, because I had no understanding of the woods. I mean, since then I have a greater understanding of it. But yep, I was a total city guy in the woods. Did you exit? Did you exit before the push, or you got a piece and jumped out of it? So when I first started hunting, so you know, again, you know, I'm a financial guy, you know, master of the universe. You know, I had a tight, short haircut. I mean, if I was wearing a casual shirt, it was probably $180 to $200. You know, nice boots. So I went hunting with my buddy. I'm wearing like a city leather jacket. I got my gangster gun. You know, so these guys are, and I'm a really good shot. And we had some guides with us. I went hunting with a buddy of mine who is an avid hunter. But, you know, we're walking through the woods. I'm wearing, like, motorcycle boots and this leather jacket, and I got my gangster gun and, you know, a little bit of a New York accent. And these guys are kind of looking at me like they're crazy. So I played up on it, like I was crazy, rather. I played up on it, and I was like, hey, listen. I handed the guy, like, $100. I was like, hey, do me a favor, man. Just, I don't know, just kick. We were hunting boar. I was like, kick something in the leg so that it slows down. Just tie it to a tree so I can get a shot off or what have you. And they were like, oh, this guy. And so they're watching me in the woods, walking through the woods and everything like that. And my buddy was hunting with a bow, and I was hunting with my shotgun. And so I let him take the first shot. And he you know, he goes up to take the shot on the boar, and he missed, and the boar takes off, goes down a ravine, and runs out. Now I'm shooting an 18-inch barrel with iron sights, but again, I'm really, really a good shot. And this thing runs like 75 yards, right? Well, okay, maybe about 50 yards. It goes down a ravine and up the other side and across the ravine, right? And I throw the gun up on my to my shoulder, and these guys kind of like roll their eyes. And I was shooting a rifled slug through it, and I blasted this thing, hit it like perfect, man, right behind the shoulder. It literally posed for me, like it was running with its back to me, and then turned around as soon as it got to the top of the ravine. And I aimed, a good distance above the back of the boar, took the shot, and it settled right in, boom, and blasted that thing. and I killed it. And you had to see the guides, man. They went through the roof, because they thought, like, no way could I make this shot. And blasted this thing. So it was pretty funny. It was a beautiful razorback too, and yummy. Then we were, they took that back and they cleaned it up for me and everything, and we were, traipsing through the woods again, and my buddy got a chance to shoot something, and this hog comes running at us, and mine was gorgeous. It was, it was black, it had the razor, it was really beautiful. And this thing comes running at us, man. It looks like the Uncle Fester of hogs. It was like gray and patches of hair, the ugliest thing I've ever seen. And it runs at us and then stops and kind of turns. It looks like it sat down to give my buddy a shot. And I'm like, this has got to be somebody's pet. And he took the shot, and you could hear it hit. And then that hog took off. And I'm just cursing in my head, because, I'm a city guy. I don't want to work hard. We got to go chase this thing down. I'm like, Jesus Christ, Robbie, you couldn't use a shotgun or a rifle. You got to use a bow. Now we got to chase this thing down. So we end up chasing it down, and it took off. And one of the guys said, oh, that's a dead pig. And it leaps over this log. I'm like, that sucker has a lot of life in it. And then once it gets over the log, it just lays down, slides, and dies. And we walk over to it, and again, the thing was like gray. It looked like it was going through chemotherapy. And I'm like, dude, you're going to eat this thing? And they were like, it's going to be delicious. It was actually a farm hog that escaped and, became feral. And they said it's better eaten, because it was even castrated. And they said it's better eaten than my razorback. And yeah, it was, according to my buddy, but it was a pretty funny trip, and we were hysterical. We were crying, looking at this thing like, dude, you're going to eat this? And he's kind of standing over it, and we paid these guides a lung to take us out, hunting. And I'm like, holy shit, Rob, you ought to get a discount on this thing. It was so ugly. But he said it was delicious. My razorback was pretty good too. Yeah, you could say I'm out of the trading mode right now, but it looks like we're making that move for the first resistance that I had mentioned, which was or is, and I can't get it, bar. The 55.86 is where it should stall out. That was actually a good trade on that break. Wyatt made some money. I just made conversation. I should do a podcast instead of a trading channel. I like bullshitting better than talking about the trades. What time is it? Oh, it's 12 o'clock. So I'm going to wrap it up for the day and work on a few other things. But I'm going to leave the stream up for a little bit if you guys want to chat with each other and share some trades while it's happening. And I'll check out, see what value that has to you guys. If it doesn't, then we won't do that again. But for now, I'm going to do that. So everybody who joined me, I appreciate you hopping in. Everybody who's chatting with me, thanks for helping me out with the content. And I hope everybody made money. Add a new title. Oh, add a new title for the pod. Yeah, I got you. You're welcome, Tommy. Yeah, I remember. I don't remember the movie. I remember the movie and seeing it. I don't remember it exactly, but I see it actually on the streamings from time to time, and I keep thinking I should watch it again. Maybe I will. I enjoyed John Candy too. Yeah, okay, so anyway, everybody's welcome. If you're new to the channel, we start at 9, and I usually take my leave at about 12, but subscribe and hit the hit the bell so that you know when I'm up. We had a good streaming day today, but this is off-grid trading, and I am off the grid, so this streaming is haphazard. Sometimes I can get a good hook up, sometimes I can't. So if you hit that bell every time I get up again, it'll notify you, and that could happen 2 or 3 times a day. Although we didn't have it happen once today. And in the evening, I do a end of the day, an EOD wrap up, so you get to see what I'm looking at or looking for the next day. So if you hit the bell, it'll let you know that is the case also. So again, thanks for joining me. Hit the subscribe, hit the bell, and hit the thumbs up, because that goes a long way. And I appreciate everybody, and good luck trading. Hey, if anybody's long, I just want to say watch that head and shoulders on the 30-second chart.